Hello, welcome to Feedback Friday. It is an art edition. I'm your host, Jacob. We're live. So we are picking up where we last left off art-wise. So if you weren't a part of the stream, last art stream, I was working on a Great Winter Hunt update to the travel map in MouseHunt. The Nonian shoreline has had a little bit of work done to it. By the way, hello everyone in the chat. Gia, first, second, third, fourth, fifth. Nice. Chris in with the 11th, very nice. Hello Jason, Jonathan, Mike, the Math Awakening, Shotgun Jack, Jackal. Hello everyone. How are you all doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy your stay, and we'll make art together. Morning. The Math Awakening, is it Talk Like a Pirate Day today? Alright. I'm gonna just jump over because we got art to do. I got a lot of art to do. We are working on the holiday festive map. So as you can see, there's snow billowed around. Got some fun hats on things. This is going to need a little bit of touch-up. No Halloween art right now. We've actually already wrapped Halloween, so unfortunately, you know, although it's my favorite season and I want to celebrate it as much as possible, I don't have any art to work on for it right now, so we're jumping ahead. But what we actually had worked on was working on a brand new area that is limited in that it's only open during the Great Winter Hunt season, but it is going to kind of persist in the same way that the Gloomy Greenwood for Halloween does. You might also notice that we have a little friend here. It's requested to visit, kind of like how we have various other, you know, snowman creations or snow mouse creations. Wanted to add a new one, and little Steve here is a requirement this time. Yeah. All right. So what we have is we're actually dealing with 3 different locations for this event. So we're going to have kind of like a Cinnamon Grove type area, and this is kind of like outdoorsy, kind of like snow trails and cinnamon trees and stuff like that. We have a little workshop here where you kind of like take your cinnamon, do stuff with that there, and then we're going to have kind of like the boss showdown zone right up here, and that is kind of this ice fortress bubble idea. I haven't kind of like fully realized this in the rendering, and that's obviously what we're going to try and do today. And if we have the time to, I hope we do, I actually want to do a kind of deactivated state for the map. So when the event is over, we have kind of like, you know, in the same sense that the Gloomy Greenwood kind of like has this kind of like, oh, it's you know, there's nothing to visit here. The hut walked off and all the pumpkins are rotting. Kind of have like this area where, you know, like the workshop is shut down or dismantled, and kind of like there's a lot of kind of it's all melted and inaccessible or something like that. So we'll figure that out hopefully today. But yeah, that's kind of the plan. I would say our workshop is kind of like in a state where we could kind of go forward um, and come back and touch up stuff, like making it a little more like a gingerbread house might be useful, so that it feels more temporary. Um, I think that the kind of cinnamon grove, this kind of delicious cinnamon bun looking hill, is in a decent state, and so we can kind of like move on from that. I think if we work on the boss zone uh, right away, we'll kind of like be able to balance everything out a bit better. Um, so yeah. Yeah, just the gigantic cinnamon bun on the map. You know. All right. A natural spring or waterfall in the off season. Yeah, that is a pretty good idea to kind of like make it seem more inaccessible. One of the concepts would be that like this kind of river here would be very aggressively flowing, so it would be kind of more inaccessible. Um, and currently, one idea is that you travel to this area by festive ship, in which case I would like to kind of have these little festive boats kind of like going back and forth, and the idea that being that we could kind of like have the festive comet still crash down in its usual place, and the boats are kind of hauling that magic snow up to where you need to kind of like take on the boss, so you need to be nearby to use stuff. Alternately, we could just kind of justify it all where the actual kind of like crashed comet here, the festive comet, was redirected and smashed down here, and that's why we could have these kind of like frozen, you know, just kind of cool peaks that look aggressive and awesome. Um, and you still need to travel out here, and during the off season, there's just not really stuff to do here. Not really, like it's going to be more inaccessible. And much like the Gloomy Greenwood, if like the actual hut isn't there, well, what are you doing in that location, right? So similar concept there, that should work. So we could try that. But I'm just gonna turn the sketch back on. I'm gonna lower the opacity down, and I'll make a new folder here. All right, I'm in Photoshop this morning. I need to remember that. I'm very used to not working in Photoshop, so it always is a little bit of a kind of like, how do I do this? All right, so Frozen Fortress is what we'll call that right now. And create a couple of new layers here. And basically, you can just kind of work off of a couple of these sketches. I kind of think that this sketch is okay, but I'm not necessarily sold on it being the right one. Actually, if I cut this out and place it, I can turn that on and off. And I'm actually maybe more interested in this one. So if I shrink that down, just kind of like, it feels a little bit more downscaled. Might be good. I want it to feel like it would be a trek to get out there. So, yeah. Can the snowman in the Gloomy Greenwood have a witch's hat? That's a fun idea. This character actually comes from a previous Great Winter Hunt. If you're not aware, how long ago was that? But there was it just like 2 or 3 years ago, maybe? There was one where I think you were going around and everything was melted, I believe, was kind of what was happening. And as you kind of like traveled the land, you kind of like restored the snowfall and made it like, you know, winterized and cute. And there was this like sad melted snowman, and like as you went by and completed the event, it like became, you know, cute and happy again. And the community liked that character so much they named it Steve. Um, and so actually for a while I've been asked to put Steve as one of the snowmen with snow mice that show up during the season. So there we go, finally happened. And yeah, he's got that very particular scarf. The witch's hat, maybe I'll do next year. I'll just toss that on for fun. But I think right now I'm just going to leave it as classic Steve. Thank you. Yeah, the shorts all year mouse. That makes sense. Oh yeah, the eggnog event. That was a fun one. I really like the world building that had. Good, silly kind of. The year before, you earned a collectible carton of eggnog, a like gallon drum or something like that, or several gallon drum that you could not open. And what we ended up doing was the next year it had just kind of spoiled and, you know, produced a lot of kind of internal pressure erupting and releasing the what was the name? Something eggnog. Was eggnog in its name? But it's basically a gross eggnog monster that looks like Santa. But yeah, you actually, if you were there during both of those years, you would have, you know, earned that sealed eggnog drum, and then that item actually exploded. So if you were there and you go to your inventory, you would see that you actually have kind of like the erupted eggnog canister thingy. Oh yeah, you had to thaw the cheese too. An interesting and annoying mechanic. Squeaker claws. There we go. Thank you. Yes, squeaker claws. Could not remember the name, but one of my favorite characters because of that like ridiculous kind of history. Not a mechanic that is easy to do, or you'll ever see something quite like that again. It's almost on the level of I'm gonna turn on a hotkey override thing real quick. Kind of like how with Icewing you had to like build a specific trap and like arm that so that it could be broken and then it could be repaired. Like the very like specific weird niche kind of like it has to happen in a very certain way, where it's kind of like that's not a great way to do it necessarily. So having the setup for an event the next year is like a risky thing to do and pull off, but I think it was worth it. Personally, I would not be opposed to doing something ridiculous like that again, but it's a harder sell because you need to commit to it, or, you know, disappoint when there's no payoff for something that you've kind of like set up, which we've also been burned by before in the past when we had kind of like there was the dragon chest, was it the dragon chest, I think, and I believe you got that from the man, I'm like so full of just brain farts today. The Acolyte mouse, I think, was the one that dropped it, and you could not open it for a duration, and so there was just all this speculation around like, oh, what's going to be inside? It's going to be the greatest thing ever, because back then we were like, all right, we need to make new kind of cool content, and we're not very good at this, and it takes a while, so we're just gonna kind of like, you know, imply that whatever is in here is gonna be amazing, because yeah, when we are ready to, we'll kind of like release this, and sure, it'll be awesome then. And so we built up all this expectation around this chest that people were collecting, and oh man, it's gonna be full of the greatest stuff, and they just kind of like built up all this expectation. So no matter what, when we like actually released it, it just could not live up to the people's ideas around oh, what's going to be inside. It could be stuff like this or that. um, yeah, so basically when you have kind of like time delay mechanics or such, you really need to kind of like control expectation and temper that, because um, we've seen it with a lot of things, um, video game releases and stuff like that, even where there's just so much hype built up by the creators or the community, that like when the game releases, it just can never live up to your expectation. So people get disappointed, even though it's like a really cool thing and like a great game. But yeah, it's a danger to just kind of leave expectations unchecked. All right. So, I'm wondering. Let's see. Yeah, the dragon chest. Yeah. Could only be opened when Bullock's Cove was released. Yeah. Yeah, this is a long time ago. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Like it was a very different game back when we did stuff like Ice Wings Adventure, where there was kind of like a very simple loop, and we wanted to kind of create these layers to it, but there wasn't like other traps that completely replaced your steam laser. So we totally were like, yeah, we'll just use the trap designed for what you would be playing, what you would use here, without kind of like really expecting like, oh hey, during events we sometimes give out that power type as a weapon that totally outclasses that. So anyone who's kind of going into the iceberg much later with kind of like a cool event trap, and tries to play the area, well, they're not really going to be able to make progress, even though they're hunting way more effectively, um, because of that kind of weird niche kind of setup that we had. um, and yeah, like someone mentioned, kind of like previous like old Great Winter Hunt bosses and event, like the mechanics, they're just kind of so simplified. We've definitely come a very long way, which is awesome. Learned a lot of lessons. All right, so one of the things I want to do is I'm gonna kind of have exciting lighting in here, um, and I'm wondering, do I want this to be like ice arcs with maybe snow on top? I think that could look cool. I'm just wondering like how extreme I want this. Like, is this too crazy? Do I want to tone it down? Do I want to make kind of more like the fortress is just kind of like sticking out, and then there's just kind of like a rough terrain that you can't bypass? Um, I do like the idea of kind of like this being kind of like up, built up, so that when we melt the season, it can just kind of like dissolve, and it's just like loose, broken kind of hunks of ice that you just can't even reach. But yeah. I think we could do some kind of like nice kind of glow coming off of this, perhaps, where the shadows in here are kind of lit up by that magical kind of ice dome. Also, I should probably turn on my grid so I kind of keep the concept of that perspective. And you know what? I'm actually thinking I'm going to turn the sketch down even more. Okay. Just so that I kind of just try to figure it out without really the sketch influencing it too much. Oddly enough, I don't know, I just have not been totally feeling like that sketch or any of the sketches really kind of capture the area that I want. So I'm just gonna wing it and see what I get. Yeah, no, it's a very different game from what it used to be, which is awesome. Clearly, we've kind of like, you know, figured out how to, you know, make it more of an actual game, and kind of like build really kind of like good feeling and interesting progression into the mechanics. And as much as, you know, we all want it like the actual kind of old areas remain as kind of bad as they are. So we have some people looking at kind of like cleaning up older areas, tuning them up, and that is happening slowly and surely. So hopefully, you know, given enough time, we'll have kind of like a bit of a smoother climb out of the kind of like, you know, not so competent gameplay into the what I would hope to consider decently competent gameplay. I think that what we create for MouseHunt nowadays is pretty fun and very engaging and rewarding to kind of like play through instead of just, I don't know, when we like worked on a new area back then, it was kind of like, this is now endgame, so we must make it the most punishing and difficult thing ever. And then, you know, so there's just this insane grind that, you know, like would take forever. And then, you know, we would introduce something else that would surpass that, and not really go back and address how rough that grind was, because, you know, everyone was already past that. So, you know, why think about that and consider if we should maybe actually kind of like make that area a little smoother so people can get to the current stuff a little better. Yeah. Thankfully, we are kind of looking at tuning that so that, you know, adventures kind of flow together a lot smoother and newer players can actually kind of catch up and join people closer to the end game. Obviously, we don't want it to be like so compressed that it undermines everyone's previous efforts. But I don't think that that's as big a concern for people as like, you know, perhaps not having fresh blood in the game who can kind of like, you know, bring what they need, you know. What do we think of this fortress so far? Not certain I'm feeling that, but I can really put this down to like 1% opacity and it shows up on my monitor. That's amazing. Kind of ridiculous. All right. Underground instead. That is interesting. Hmm. 4 reasons I won't express here, you'll get to discover. I am going to have it be kind of like above and kind of like mountainous. You'll see. You'll see. Yeah. Yeah, like, I think that a lot of people have this nostalgia about old MouseHunt and kind of like what that experience was for you. Um, but obviously, I think we can all agree that, like, okay, that was a different time, when we kind of went through that, and nowadays it's just not as good as it should be, for people to kind of get into it. I think that back when we were playing that, uh, you know, a decade ago or longer, it was a lot more just kind of like, okay, it's really simple, but we're all kind of this community grinding through this together. Whereas if you go into it alone and you're not kind of like a part of that hype train, um, and it's kind of like a time when games are a lot more accessible and kind of less grindy, to the extreme. It kind of doesn't work so well these days, and the environments that you play these games in. So, I think that, yeah, the new versions of things are much improved. Obviously, uh, login Facebook issue on iOS 16. If you are having issues like that, you should probably submit a ticket, um, just to kind of, if it is something that is on our end, we would love to know that there's an issue so that we can kind of look into that and address it. Because if you're having an issue with something, there's a chance that other people are as well. I don't want to be drawing on the grid layer. That is important. All right, so lock that. Okay, I want it as basically invisible as possible. It's kind of wild that I can see that at 1%. I don't know if you guys can. All right, so Frozen Fortress. Turn off that sketch now. Computer. It's another thing about Photoshop is it just randomly is like, you're holding down a hotkey, aren't you? But I'm not. I'm just going to change my audio settings. Hopefully this doesn't mess up my audio on stream. Probably not. Okay. Now, one thing I'm thinking about is, should I merge these layers down with kind of like the other group so I can do more blending here? Probably don't need to, actually. I can just paint over stuff. I don't need to rush merging layers like I often do and regret. Especially if I'm working in Photoshop, where I don't have quite the same tools I'm as used to working with. So what I'm going to do is just kind of like create some craggly and aggressive looking terrain. And I'm going to use a lot more kind of like ice blue and such to kind of like make it feel like, okay, this is actually like this kind of location is built out of frozen ice as opposed to just kind of like piled snow so much. I think it'll still be snow capped, but I want there to kind of like be this feeling of like, oh, this whole thing is an ice fortress. So we're going to have kind of like a lot of this like internal glow. So our shadows are going to actually kind of be this saturated blue, where the light is kind of going through it. I'm Charlie. Charlie loves when I'm speaking to the camera. And doesn't tend to kind of like get up in my face usually, but if I'm just kind of like talking to the void, she's like, "What's up? Can I stick my tail in your face? Would you like that?" Okay. So I like these kind of the saturation that's going on. I feel like that's kind of interesting. Oh, Charlie, you're very cute. It is a bit chillier today, so I expect cats will want to kind of just curl up on my lap, as they tend to do. Steal my warmth. Okay. So that's starting to kind of feel a little bit more like what I'm hoping to capture with this. Oh man, travel costs. What are people saying? Is this a frozen word? Let me see. Weird to have two dome shapes next to each other. That's an interesting point. I didn't even think of that. Yeah. Hmm. Light brown tips around the white globe would be nice. Yeah. Installing and uninstalling games, but MouseHunt, 13 plus years, still stuck with me. That's awesome. And you know, like it's certainly a one of a kind game in that it actually almost has to be played in that way, where it I kind of tagged the game as a massive passive RPG. Um, I'd say that's pretty accurate. It's kind of like an actual, like, in a sense, RPG. You are kind of building up your character and you're progressing through this world and kind of like gaining things and solving stories. Maybe not in the kind of like RPG that gets invoked when you say that word, um, or the name, but it is quite massive. It is quite passive. So, you know, like, you can't really play MouseHunt over a weekend or even a month. You know, it is kind of like an endeavor that takes years of dedication, but also it's very kind of not demanding at the same time. Where, you know, like, you can just kind of just play it whenever you just kind of passively think about it. You're like, oh yeah, and you like pull out your phone and hit the button just once, and it's like, cool, you're set for like 24 hours now. So, you know, one of the things that we really have kind of like figured out, is to kind of like make sure that areas aren't nearly as demanding, as some of them used to be, where like some areas required you to be like super active, and we just found that those were like not very fun, because, you know, like, appointment mechanics that just forced you to have to like be available at a specific kind of like time and stuff like that. We're just not very kind of like, you know, what MouseHunt was good at. Um, so a lot of the more recent areas, the more kind of like new age MouseHunt, I don't know what we call it, but the competent kind of like gameplay and such is often designed where you can play it very effectively passively, where you just kind of like do a bunch of front loading to your setup. So like you might spend a little while kind of like, you know, going into a certain kind of like choice where you take a path kind of idea and you set up your trap and your cheese and you get the supplies stocked up, and then you just kind of, you know, can go passive for like a day or two, where you just kind of like don't really need to like interact. You can just kind of like sound the horn. Um, but there's still a level of, if you do play it actively, if you do check in and you tweak things, you can have that advantage of being kind of like a power player and like, you know, gain benefits, but it's not going to punish you for not doing that. And that really kind of like strikes a wonderful balance of kind of like what makes MouseHunt so kind of like enjoyable and easy to keep going, you know, throughout your day. You don't really need to kind of like be like, oh man, I really got to kind of go and deal with this thing, you know, like where it feels like some kind of obligation, like if you don't water your plants, they're all going to die on you or something like that. That's just not as enjoyable as just kind of like, okay, cool. If you do the setup beforehand, you can kind of like have some interesting strategy and choices that you can kind of like figure out. But you only need to kind of do that at the beginning, you know. So that's at least kind of how I've been looking at doing gameplay more recently, and just kind of, you know, I feel like that does a good thing for how people enjoy the game. So I'm trying to kind of make sure that when we do new mechanics and stuff, there is kind of like definitely the passive play is not like punished, and if you can and are interested, doing active play can give you a little bit of advantage, but it's not like required. So I just think that that feels better. Yeah. All right. So I think I just need to play with the layering of this, in terms of kind of like these peaks of ice, turning them more ice-like. I think kind of maybe less dome and more globe. So I might actually lift this up and out a little bit. Am I getting rid of the festive comet? No, not quite. We're tweaking it, but I'm confident that the festive comet will be undestroyable. Uh, you know, it's just a phenomena that will just kind of persist. Um, so yeah, you don't need to worry about it being kind of like removed as a concept. I am someone who really likes the festive comet lore, and have always paid attention to what's happening with that each year, kind of making sure that we're kind of like figuring it out. So, you know, this year I'm not totally sure exactly, you know, the direction we're taking that, but we are going to have the festive comet still remain. Okay. So I think that kind of like having this kind of like orb of ice kind of jutting out of this earth maybe is more kind of what could work here. I kind of want to make it, you know what, I want it to be more like a snow globe, I guess. That might work well. And feel even more thematic, right? So if I have this kind of like globe, kind of like more obviously taking a presence here, I think that's good. So let's see if I can do that. And like one of the things about it is I don't want it to feel too kind of like, you know, edgy, I guess, you know, with kind of gigantic ice shards and pillars that might feel too epic, and you know, I still want it to feel festive and fun, so that's something to kind of like try to balance. Okay, so we're going to have kind of like the light scattering through this. So the top side is going to be kind of darker. Again, I need to like keep in mind, all right, what is this kind of like perspective? Looking at the grid kind of helps me maintain that concept. That's why I have that being slightly visible to me still. All right, yeah, I think I'll just kind of like try to figure out the internal kind of pillar of this, I guess, and then build a shell around it. Yeah, that is actually something that I was. So the idea of real comets cause annual meteor showers, the festive comet could make a play off of that. That was actually something that I was looking at doing for a gameplay concept for the Great Winter Hunt. And I was working on kind of like a pitch for exactly using that kind of concept. And the idea actually ended up being a lot more kind of like mechanically deep than we would want for a you know, an event style gameplay. Very involved, very kind of like had a lot of kind of like reward and growth potential. And so kind of like by looking at, you know, like where I would love to take an idea that involved that stuff, it just kind of turned more into a new permanent location concept than a temporary event style thing. So, you know, that is not what we'll be using this year, but I did get some pretty cool gameplay ideas out of building off of a concept with such things that I might kind of propose it for future permanent content. We'll see. That's about all I'll say for that, since it's not really anything beyond kind of like a little kind of concept bouncing around in my head, living rent-free, as it were. Okay, so I feel like gigantic ice snow globe thing has a little more of a kind of interesting presence, and I actually think I'm going to tone down the spikes behind it, maybe, and just kind of deepen the kind of crater around it, maybe. See what that does. Actually, it could be kind of cool if this is almost like more like a frozen, like, not, well, maybe like a frozen lake kind of surrounding it, and then there is these kind of pillars of ice and snow jutting out of it. Is that maybe something cool? Basically, I want the terrain to feel, like, whoa, cool, a boss is definitely, set up here, and it's going to be something you got to stop, right? So that's kind of interesting looking. And then it also still works with that concept of like, oh, it's going to freeze during the event, but then thaw, and that terrain will vanish, or at least change enough that it's no longer viable for the event to continue, something like that. So that looks more kind of, interesting and aggressive. But yeah, like I didn't even think of the concept of like, oh, the cinnamon bun beside another dome. Maybe if I just kind of make this more, less of a dome and more just kind of like this crazy frozen land, the boss domain. And then we'll have kind of like this icy frozen path that can kind of like take you there, so that when the event is over, there is no clear way to kind of like get out there. So that seems maybe a little more different and interesting. It's like I should just really kind of get the edges of these shadows nice and saturated up to give it that kind of like, oh, it's, ice right now. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things from space that end up coming to Narnia. Yeah, too many spikes make it look less like a crater, I agree. What's with this human requirement for sleep, right? Mice? Mike. Well, thank you. I do add a like in proportionate amount of detail to the map in areas where it's just literally the only people that get to appreciate it are me, and if I'm painting it live, you get to kind of like see the level of detail that I put into it. But it's effectively not ideal to do that, right? It's like, does anyone actually get to gain anything from this level of detail? I don't know, maybe. Um, but yeah, not always visible stuff. But it's fun, and I enjoy it, so I do it anyway. All right. Yeah, that's definitely feeling more kind of like impassable, which is interesting. And have kind of like deep dark shadow there. I don't know. This is an interesting one. I almost want to flip it, but I know that like Photoshop flipping is like dangerous. The resources get kind of like maxed out when I try and do that. And with this file, like it's fine for like a mouse, but this is a very big file that takes a lot of RAM just to have open. Um, and so doing a flip on this in Photoshop is a big deal for my computer, and I worry it would crash. Whereas in Clip Studio, it just kind of like, it flips the render itself, and it doesn't need to kind of like kind of place every pixel. So it's nice and easy to do. But unfortunately, this file does not want to open in Clip Studio, I guess because it is as big as it is. Not sure yet. I actually intended to look into that and kind of rework the file so I could open it in Clip Studio, since I'm the only artist that works on the map anyways. Not a big deal. But I didn't end up figuring that out yet. Maybe next time. Alright. It's feeling a little too, intense, I think. It definitely lost a lot of that kind of cratering. Yeah, exactly. Stuff is going into the story of MouseHunt. Coffee table book. Yeah, high res. I mean, eventually we got to print up some of this stuff, right? Right? Not the early stuff. I'm okay with not doing that. It's not print worthy anyways. Too low res. But yeah. I think that the extra detail is worth. I can justify it. Yeah, one thing is, yeah, the pip still works. That was one reason why I had it exactly where it was, is the internal build already has these pips placed in areas. Um, so I actually wanted to just line up the illustration to work with those. The Cinnamon Grove ended up kind of missing that mark. I forgot about that, but I could just lower this. Also, it's an event. You know, like I don't think that I want it to be, you know, this crazy, massive, grand feeling place when I'm probably going to want to build permanent areas around this eventually. Um, so there's that. Also, you know what? I actually am kind of thinking, could I just shrink down the Cinnamon Grove to fit? So that can actually work. Okay, I need to merge that with what? What does it need to merge with? Is it like base map stuff? Oh, it's behind. It's behind the base map. Here you are. I see. I see. Alright. Well, I can do that. I mean, technically all this could be down here. Pardon me while I ramble to myself. Okay. That's why. So if this is above, those go over top just fine. That's kind of important. Okay. I have an idea. Okay, so this, I kind of want it to be on the top layer so I can merge things, but merge that down. I'm going to make a selection here, and remove any of that unfinished white space. We'll make a copy, and move it up here, paste over top. Ooh, that's right. I don't want the markers in there. Okay, so should be below the base map. Copy, put it above, paste, merge. Now, if I merge the Cinnamon Grove here, I can, in theory, shrink it down. To kind of like make that scale work a little bit better. So something like this might be alright. Maybe that. Alright, so Yeah. I'm gonna have to tweak a little bit of this to make that work. Cool. And what I actually might do is kind of like make the area surrounding the Cinnamon Grove I might make that kind of a little bit more hilly and mountainous anyways. Just because I imagine there's going to be kind of other structure here. But we don't need to like get super detailed here because this is actually going to get kind of cut off on the render of the map that we have in game. But it's kind of nice to like expand out a little bit so that when I go to actually work on those areas of the map, we actually have some stuff already built up for it to work off of. So just a hint of maybe more kind of frozen wastes up there, something like that. Maybe just a touch of green. Cool. All right. So I'll need to do a little bit of shenanigans to create the kind of default version where all this is kind of like inactive, and then have this slapped on top, but that'll be easy enough to do when I'm ready for that stage of the illustration, which will come after I've rendered out all the areas. All right. Thank you, Sol. Take it easy. Honestly, like, not a terrible idea to join late and just watch at higher speeds, because I'm literally painting live, so it's gonna take time. If you appreciate watching every single brush stroke at live speeds, that's awesome. But yeah, if you also just kind of like want to see the art come together, but not necessarily spend like dedicate the 6 hours to watch the full thing, these are recorded things. and you can watch it at double speed, thanks to the magic of the YouTube. But yeah, obviously, being here live, you get to kind of like actually hang out and chat with me. Not that I'm particularly amazing at actually paying attention and responding to chat, though. So take that with a bit of the salt that it deserves. But also with like different illustrations I do, I kind of involve more feedback from the audience and get more kind of direction from them. You guys help kind of like literally design and create elements of the game through these sessions we do. I like to give that control over to you guys wherever I can, because I think it's really cool to actually be a part of creating this world with the community. Like it makes MouseHunt pretty special. We've been doing this show for how many years? I don't even know. Back before Twitch was a thing. Many, many years. I feel like, what was like one of the first things I streamed art-wise? I wonder. Yeah, it was back before Twitch was actually Twitch. It was like Justin TV or something like that. And I went to Twitch for a little bit, but we had like weird bandwidth and streaming issues, so we tried out YouTube, and that seemed okay. Don't forget to post on my Facebook page. You know I do. Forget to post a lot, but I should, because this is going to be something to kind of, show people. Yeah, I don't know. I often forget to post to my Facebook page. That's very silly of me, since people like that. It's a nice way to share kind of what people might have missed. Perhaps even getting, a nice, visage of all that great detail when you don't necessarily actually get it in the game because of how it's uploaded and viewed. I can like do detailed zoom-in shots if I want. Okay, so I think I actually want to dip that down a bit more. Markers. All right. So he thinks that I could take all of this and just kind of bring it down just a smidge. Move it over here. That's all right. Yeah, I think we're starting to kind of like get this kind of hostile terrain feeling. And again, I don't want it to be like too hostile feeling, because I want it to be this festive, fun thing going on still, but we do want the boss to feel imposing at the same time. A threat that needs to be countered at least. Yeah, this kind of shrapnel island of ice is feeling kind of epic, so I'm okay with that. actually come forward and be more kind of like craggly ice, some ice cliffs. I don't do a lot of environmental illustration, but it can actually be quite fun. It can be rather satisfying. It can also be extremely frustrating and difficult at times as well, because it can be hard to like capture what you want it to do. It's probably just an experience thing, you know, like you don't paint a ton of landscapes and stuff like that. And obviously more practice in those fields would definitely give me more of that, the chops to do it well. I'm gonna just kind of drop that into the pit. Just kind of like hints of the structures of ice down there in the shadows, just kind of getting lost in the depths below. So I think that's kind of interesting. If we make it kind of like this smashed up terrain, maybe. Like, what if we kind of have like this like entrance feeling area, right? Like, okay, cool. This is clearly the gate type idea to it. Something like that might be good. Get a little bit deeper shadows back here. One thing that we could do is looking at it with a grayscale lens. That always helps to just perceive what the values actually look like. Always useful trick, especially if I can't like flip it back and forth super easily. All right. Still needs that crater effect. Yeah. Might be right. Doesn't quite have that same kind of like epicenter explosion, frozen explosion feeling that it did before, which I think is pretty cool. Much pun intended. Kind of reminds me of the Sunken City. Is it like the Monster Trench? Hmm. Yeah, rising from the ground instead. That's true. It does kind of have that feeling. It's like a mountain cracked open and revealed this within. Went up a little too perfectly there. Yeah, the Eye of Mordor. The ice version. Basically, not opposed to that. Yeah, just switch hues for instant fire. Yeah, that's how it becomes inaccessible during, you know, non-winter season. Just, oh, it's actually a mountain of fire. Gigantic eyeball. Totally not infringing on any copyrights at all. Yeah, I mean, I'm not totally sold that I want it to be an impact site, is the thing. Um, like, it is epic and cool, and it would kind of like work for what happened to the comet, so that's maybe not a bad way to go. Um, yeah. But yeah, this is just kind of like more boss zone right now, and oh, sorry, Charlie, my legs were falling asleep. Need to stretch my legs a bit. Yeah, I don't know. Like that's the issue that I had with this last time was I'm like, I don't know what direction I want to take it in exactly, and I'm still not totally certain of where it's going, but I think it's cool. So we have kind of like this frozen ice path kind of thing, right? starts to kind of have some kind of presence to it. It's like a quest to undertake here now. Too epic. It's gotten too epic again. I like it. Yeah, I don't know. This is too crazy almost. You know, like I'm like I feel like I've taken it further than I want to, which is useful in the sense that I can pull it back from there. I know what is too far at least, so that is good. Yeah, I do kind of like that look of it being this kind of like epicenter of, you know, frozen explosion. So kind of like getting more of that kind of like bubbling, a bubble of frozen material. I think I might want to bring that back, and maybe like less jagged peaks. In fact, kind of more rounded, kind of weathered edges might help with that. Oh yeah, actually, airborne debris, ice dust, and mist. I think that that is something that will help with this too. I agree with that. Kind of want like that feeling of it being like partially melted too. You see sheets of ice, they can sometimes have kind of like these bubbles that have melted quicker than others and created these little, or rather large potentially, holes in the sheet. I think that like has a cool looking effect to it as well. I just feel like too much of this kind of mountainous, I don't know, it's just something's not quite right with it yet. It's just not what I want it to look like. I feel like I'm being very nitpicky with this, but I don't know. Ooh. I just had this kind of like idea of almost like this starry kind of glistening down in the depths below. Be like really cool feeling to it. So right now I'm kind of adding in an internal kind of layer, more like frozen sheet of ice in here, I think would look neat. And like the outer sheet is kind of like more snow-capped. Might be hard to do, but oh. Yeah, like a frosty haze around the whole thing will be good to add near the end as well. Oh no. Can't help but picture this region as a horribly deformed, terrified adventure mouse. Because of the glassy eye just bugging out. Alright. I want this to actually transform into that kind of ramp. I need more kind of like splits between these sections too. Make it more kind of ice crystalline growth. The orb is a completely flooded forest that is more massive inside than out. I mean, I wouldn't put it past us for making that how that mechanic works, you know? Seems like a perfectly reasonable MouseHunt thing to do. Always fun to do weird dimensional shifting ideas like that. Reality altering goodness. That's funny. I was like, oh, I'm gonna like break up the surfaces, make it less of a kind of wall, and I just immediately added that back. Alright. Actually, I think these could be more like icicle style. That could be cool. More like intimidating and epic, but I don't know. Maybe that's what I want. I wish that I was recording a time lapse of this process today, just because there is just going to be so much back and forth on it that, yeah, it would be an amusing one to watch, just kind of going back and forth, back and forth. Okay, so I think that the internal blast zone can be more jagged and sharp, and like just like frozen jagged ice, right? But the outer shell can be more kind of like weathered and just snow drift covered, calmer. That might be the balance to strike, actually. So having like an aggressive jagged spike here. I think I want more contrast right here where there's kind of like this entrance, right? Draw attention to that. Makes sense to kind of like catch the viewer's eye and bring them in. Yeah, tsunami incoming. Does look like it could cause some damage if it decided to snap off and fall into the ocean. Would not be ideal for the surrounding terrain. Yeah, so the surrounding area, I think I'm going to soften peaks and just kind of make it more billowy, mountainous snow peaks, and then the inner kind of crust will be this kind of more jagged, shattered kind of land, hostile and impassable kind of quality to it, right? Yeah. Still not feeling like I'm too happy with it, but it could be one of those pieces where, you know, it's only right at the very kind of moment where I figure it out near the end, it'll just start snapping into place, and it's like, oh, exactly as I planned all along. It all works out in the end. I mean, that's often what happens with art for me, where it's kind of like, I'm like, I'll keep working on it, I'll get it eventually, and then, you know, near the end, I will figure it out. I'll be pretty content with it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to pull up the old sketches, see if that, like, changes it. So there's the kind of, like, first sketch. These are more kind of, like, alternate versions, which are all right. Like, this is so much more tame than that. I don't know, maybe if it is just a hollowed out mountain, though. Very classic Jacob. Oh, I turned off Steve. I'll not turn off Steve. Very important to keep you, buddy. Alright. The dome got bigger, too. That's for sure. Yeah, inaccessible height-wise isn't a bad idea. I think the contrast is going crazy here, too, now. Like, the value structure is intense. I need to pull that back. I did want to increase the contrast near the entrance to draw attention to it, but I think I overdid a little bit. I'll pull that back. That might also help to balance things a little more. I mean, can also achieve that kind of adjustment of values using kind of foggy, frosty haze, right? And let's see how messed up that got everything. That's not bad. It kind of actually has a bit of that frosty haze now, suddenly. Alright. I'll just work with that. So it's like the mountain kind of vanished a bit much. I think by creating some interesting silhouette here, I can kind of imply detail without kind of overdoing that. It's like I kind of want this to be inside of the terrain, right? Make it kind of more like a crown, maybe. These need to arch more, like the idea that it was this bubble that kind of froze and shattered, I think makes it look cooler. Should just be more simplified though. Like, you know what? I'm gonna make a copy of this. It'll save me from regretting changing it too much. So what if I just kind of simplified it more? Because I don't know, like I feel like I'm over complicating the design to the point where I feel like that works against it. So if I just kind of make it a little more clear. And these. I mean, we can do like a little more obvious, cool magical stuff with like floating shard of ice, right? And honestly, I should probably make this all much more icy than just kind of like being completely snow, right? So let's try this. This is also something that you get from being here for Feedback Friday, Art Edition at least, is like getting to see this process where you see previous versions that never came to existence. I don't know, maybe that adds something for people. There are plenty of creations that we've made where there was something there, but we ended up going in a different direction, and so that never kind of ended up making its way to the game. But being able to kind of see it partially coming to life is kind of cool. Alright, so making this just a lot more kind of like a gigantic frozen structure. Right. We'll still have specular highlights on things. The shadows can kind of like have a bit of a glow in them. This might take a minute to kind of make look correct. Bear with me. It'll look a little more like something soon, I hope. Larry's Frosty Sandwich. The snow wilderness is gonna have a heart attack when he sees the size of the ice orb. I love it. Alright. Oh my goodness, it's already almost 1 o'clock. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright. Looks very cold. Yeah, that is good. I want that at least. Alright, well, I'm gonna look around until 1 o'clock. We'll take lunch. And I think that we need to take this into context with everything surrounding it as well. That's another important thing. I think I want to scale it down, to be perfectly honest. Maybe that's part of it. Like, is that maybe a part of it? Like, I think I just don't get enough of the rest of the kind of structure, like the idea of it being on top of this kind of, I don't know, hunk of gigantic ice, maybe because it was so just absolutely massive. That kind of made it harder to like fit into a context a little better. Okay, that might be something. So if there's just kind of more of this kind of top of this frozen structure, kind of maybe that would be a factor. Right. Like now the Earth has kind of opened up a gigantic ice maw, mouth of ice. That's kind of interesting. It'd be good to have kind of like little chunks of this kind of crazy ice elsewhere, though, to just kind of balance it out. Hmm. Ten-foot snowdrifts. Yowza. Yeah, I think the more defined cliffs kind of like balance it a little bit more. I don't know. I just think that the like the shattered structure was maybe just too much, and I don't think the dome needs to be quite so massive either. Like if we're looking at it in context on the map, that's still gigantic. right? Like, if anything, I'm actually thinking I might shrink it down even more. Like, raising it up. Still, that feels like the size of a fortress easily, right? But like now it's a feature inside of the land as opposed to just kind of like everything is kind of based around this gigantic kind of ice mouth thingy. It was just too much. I think it was just too much. So I feel better about this already. Like being able to kind of like feature it inside of the world a little more. Make it belong to this kind of like big mound of ice and snow. Alright, so we're about to hit lunch o'clock, and thankfully, in literally the last like minute, just kind of deciding to play with the scale of it actually has kind of made me feel a little better about what we're working with here. So now it feels more like a layer inside of kind of the world, as opposed to just kind of, yeah. It was just too much. The scale feels a little more normal. We kind of have this path. Okay, but time for lunch. Cool. Okay. Yeah, and I also do want to have kind of like just magical floating hunks of ice, because that's what all MouseHunt bosses want, is just floaty bits. That's how you know their status. If they got big, cool floaty bits, then they're probably, you know, something to not mess around with. Okay, I feel better about that now. It's starting to get to where I want it. So I'm gonna go on lunch, and we'll come back. We'll reassess and move forward. There's still plenty to do on the map today, for sure. Alright. Alright, well, I'm going to put up a timer so you know exactly when I'm going to return. And until then, I'll see you at 2 o'clock. Also, I'm going to save. Probably important to do. So I hear. Alright. See you in an hour or less. Alright, hello, we're back. We're back, and the sun is very, very much at, like, a nasty angle, blinding my right eye. So, I'm kind of, like, leaning and shifting out of its view, if possible. Try not to have my, my tablet be too affected by this bright sun, either. Alright, so, I'm just going to share my Larry link real quick. Grab that. Make sure it works. Yeah, claim gift. Alright, posting it in the chat now. There we go. Alright. Yeah, so I think that, sorry, I'm just going to respond to something real quick. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, okay, so after kind of taking an hour break from the piece, coming back, I think that it is kind of like shaping up closer to what I was hoping for. There's definitely still some features of it that I want to tweak a little. But yeah, it's not terrible. I think it's going in the direction I want it to. Someone just made a comment about the space between the three areas feeling a little bit empty. Oh, yeah, here's Charlie, now that I'm chatting again, back on my lap, where there's a nice sunbeam for her as well. So the space between will kind of end up having a pip over top of it. But yeah, I think I'll end up, just adding, landscape features regardless, because I just, add detail to stuff. So pretty sure we'll fill that in. It's just kind of like secondary importance, right? But yeah, you can definitely, even as soon as I walked away from this to start lunch, I had an idea of kind of like, what if the ground had like these splits and cracks kind of coming off of it, but probably a lot more subtle than that. But just to kind of like make it feel more almost temporary in a way. Less permanent, at least. Just kind of an interesting detail, as long as it's not too distracting. I think it'd be neat. Just lighten that up more. Like maybe it's almost more like the whole ground is kind of more like an ice layer, right? But then there's kind of like clusters of snow with like little gaps between them. Not sure exactly why, but could look cool. It's almost like scales. just looks interesting at least. The boss area feels more like an ice cap than a taiga. Yeah, actually, when we were like initially discussing this idea, uh, we ended up kind of like talking a lot about the grove and how we wanted to have a forest of cinnamon, but then mixing all the kind of snow themed mice in there. We're like, well, we want it to be like a forest, right? And so that actually ended up kind of like giving us this, like, oh, we'll make it a taiga, and like starting there and then just kind of, you know, leaving it at that. So that's a fair point, and I should actually try to address that by kind of like putting in a lot more kind of trees back here, to kind of like give it more of that, like winterized forest, um, you know, that kind of a feeling. And I think if I do that, that'll help fill in this kind of like empty space, just kind of, you know, add some interesting detail and balance around it, and then even having kind of like some random trees just kind of jutted out of the earth from whatever craziness happened here, right? And actually, I kind of like the idea of this being more like an eruption look to it. Now that I've kind of put in these little scales, it looks like chunks of it just kind of shattered and then like twisted and pushed out. Like it got kind of like pressed apart. So that's kind of interesting. So maybe playing more with that idea could work. And again, like it still is easily justifiable as like, oh yeah, the festive comet smashed down here and just like erupted the landscape here. Or if we're like, actually, a crazy powerful mouse did this with their magic that you have to stop. Like we can kind of take it in either direction pretty effectively, I think. So that looks like it's something. And yeah, like making it feel more like this kind of like erupted zone. I don't need to make it like this peak of a mountain kind of thing. I can kind of be like, no, that was like just a forest that got like blown up. Frozen forest, no more. All these trees have been kind of like ripped out, scattered or something. Kind of interesting. I don't mind like people giving gameplay feedback. If they don't like a mechanic, I do actually like to know about that. There are like more effective ways potentially to express what the frustration is. But yeah, it's true. Ultimately, I don't have the ability to like just kind of change gameplay mechanics. I mean, I definitely influence them, and I've created a number of them, but yeah, I can't just kind of be like, all right, we're changing things back, whatever. But I mean, we do listen to feedback. We take in people's, you know, uh, opinions and kind of like what they think of things and tweaks and changes and suggestions and stuff. And we do listen to it. So, you know, it's appreciated to know that you're not enjoying the update. That is important to us to understand. So we can kind of like figure out, you know, okay, well, let's set the base of that, and, you know, what can we learn from that? Yeah. The honest truth is we can't always, you know, please everybody. It's quite impossible to achieve. So not everything will be for everybody. But if kind of like the consensus with the community is like, this thing isn't what would be great, and we can kind of like look at that and kind of understand it for what it is, and like, you know, make some kind of effective decision around that. Maybe that's something that we would look at, right? Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, making things more frustrating and less fun is not a goal of ours. More fun is definitely the intention. Challenges can be a lot of fun. Um, but if they're nothing but frustration, then yeah, that's not necessarily ideal. So, yeah, I mean, it is true. It's hard to say it's not fun now. Not really, you know, a lot to kind of build off of with that feedback. But I appreciate the, you know, wanting to let us understand that you're experiencing frustration, because that is important. I appreciate you letting me know. But yeah, we actually every Monday morning we meet um, online and kind of like have a weekly kind of scrum where we'll talk about kind of like, okay, here's kind of like what is being worked on by who and where things are at and stuff. And we even have kind of like a section at the end where we share player feedback and uh, sentiment and suggestions and stuff like that. So, you know, stuff does get discussed and talked about. Let's see. Better if the setup that worked in your last table of contents run would work on future runs. Like as in using the same cheese, trap, etc. Because it does have a very large random factor to it that has a compounding effect, right? Like obviously when it comes to final draft derby, that you can have really, really lucky streaks where you get an incredible run out of it. and really, really unlucky streaks where you kind of fizzle out way faster than you wanted. But that just has always kind of been a part of that experience. And, you know, like a lot of people's first kind of run in that, they might have lucked out and kind of like run out of cheese. It went so good. But then, you know, randomly they might just have one where they can't even get to like volume 3. Uh, and one of the changes that we made with the mapping is now when you do have those really lucky runs, which when you have a bad run, you can thankfully return to a lucky run potentially easily. One of the changes has made it so that if you end up having like a crazy good run and you just are going to run out of cheese before you run out of hunts, you can actually use the lesser map to kind of even generate some of that final draft to just see if you can get those final little kind of hunts to take you to like the next volume or even further, right? So technically we made that easier, but we haven't changed kind of the chance and kind of like made it more difficult or anything with those like the algorithms effectively. I don't believe there's been any kind of balance changes in that range in the table of contents. So yeah, it could just be unlucky, and that's a bummer, but it's kind of nature of that experience at least, if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly. But yeah. They do stand out, bad runs. Yeah. hmm Yeah, eventually, like, with the upgraded quills and stuff, on average, you should be going further. But again, if you just kind of like have the bad luck and you're not kind of like, landing those incredible catch rates, it can be a challenge. Yeah. No, I mean, hey, no, thank you for sharing that, Maria. Like, I honestly think it's totally appropriate to come to Feedback Friday and express, like, hey, this is frustrating gameplay, and like, we actually want to hear that, you know. So, as far as I can speak to it, nothing about the mechanics, like numbers wise, has changed. And a sample size of kind of like your group that you're doing things with over the past like week isn't necessarily going to kind of cover uh, a sample size to kind of like be able to see it with that kind of like perspective of hunting there for a month. So I don't know, stick it out. Like honestly, I hope that you have some good luck again soon, though, because I agree. Like you can have some pretty frustrating runs with it, and I appreciate that is frustrating. But hopefully, it makes the really lucky, awesome runs even sweeter. So yeah, keep me updated on that. Let me know if that is kind of like not kind of addressing what you're trying to express, or like in the future if it still kind of feels like something's off about it, then maybe there's something I don't understand about it at play. Yeah, I am a developer, but I'm on the art side of things. So I do like gameplay design, um, and I actually was a part of some of the number crunching on the Fable Forest, um, or Folklore Forest, I mean. Uh, but yeah, primarily I'm an artist for the game. But yeah, like I have designed areas. I haven't coded them, unless you count like rough prototypes made in Unity, coding for the game, because none of that survives It gets rebuilt completely. Okay. Yeah, no, I hope your luck turns around. And again, I appreciate you sharing your thoughts. And that is why we do this live, so that we get feedback. That's the purpose of the show, is to have a chat with the players of the game. Let us know. Yeah, I personally wasn't a part of the kind of like number crunching for the last update, so I might not be aware if there was any kind of balance changes that were made. But from what I saw, I don't believe there were. And if anything, especially not to make it more frustrating in an area that already has like a decent factor of RNG, right? Like I know there was definitely people wanting more challenge on the farm, and thusly we have provided as such. And hopefully people enjoy that and find that interesting. Alright. So we're getting some ice cliffs, I guess you could call it. I feel like that's good. Again, I just want to like easily just with a single button flip the image and like look at it fresh without it taking 10 minutes to regenerate the image each time. I'll just have to. Maybe I'll do a flip in a few minutes. It's kind of fun to look at the map with it all flipped. It's pretty weird looking. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Didn't think of that. Let's try that. So, take a little screenshot, give that a little paste in place. Oh, that didn't paste in place because that's not how that worked. I'll give that a flips. Negative 100 width. Alright. Now, the thing about doing a screenshot flip is I can't, like, edit off of that, but it does give me the perspective to look at, so that's good. I would like better definition along the top. I think that it kind of treading into white makes it a little bit harder to read against the kind of white cutout backdrop. But I could slope the entranceway to be more ice, like right in here. I feel like that might balance it better if I just kind of like get rid of more of that snow tuft. But I like it being kind of almost like a collar of snow, like a big puffy coat kind of around this kind of erupted frozen dome. That's kind of interesting looking. So, feeling alright about that. Let's do that change though. So let's just kind of Knock some of that away. Yeah. Yeah, the quick flip, that's not a bad trick. Just taking a screenshot and flipping it doesn't risk crashing the program or taking forever. Alright, nice. Okay. I don't want to spend the entire day on just this version of the boss zone. So I'll try and move on from this pretty soon. Because there is still lots of other detail that I could cover on the map, and I'd like to. For example, I still want to kind of like do something with this space, maybe add some of those little ships docking back and forth. It would not hurt to like whip a couple of candy canes or presents or, you know, lit up trees, ornament style stuff onto the this portion of the map, just to kind of like make it feel more festive. Because right now it's kind of like, yeah, okay, I kind of get that, but it could be more festive. Like, look at these happy little trees. So that'd be good. And I also want to do the kind of like alternate version. The base map is going to have kind of like a, you know, shutdown state where, you know, like the event is inactive. And so I want to create that version. So I'll try and fit that in today if I can. Yeah, okay, I'll give it a save. You right. The file in saving this isn't nearly as bad as it used to be. On like an older computer that I had, while it was like the crazy oversized file, it was like scary anytime I had to save it. Sorry, I just wanted to respond to something real quick. All right, so let's get a little more definition behind here so it doesn't just kind of like fade into oblivion. Make that read a little better. And then I say we kind of like try jumping around to a few other places on the map real quick to see if we can kind of like add those boats or whatever we want to try there. Because again, it's kind of like one of those things. Like I want to have the feedback from you guys to be like, wait, what if it's this? Because that's where all the really good ideas come from. Is when I have you all, you know, giving me crazy ideas in my ear, and then no one can stop me from adding it into the game, and that's good fun, in my opinion. Because another wonderful thing about that is I can just be like, oh, well, the you know the players made me do that. That's not my fault. You can't blame me for making it that way. It's player suggestion. So blame them instead. I've definitely used that excuse before. All right, so maybe another floaty bit here. Just be like, whoa, so magical. And because the angle is kind of like rolling away from us, we can get more of these kind of gaps between the sheets of snow. We'll see that like deeper texture kind of look going on. All right, and then I think I would want it to just like have like a hard edge erased out. Although, probably a better way to do that is using the clipping mask just to allow a little bit of overpaint so that when I come back in the future, there's stuff to work off of. Because like here, right here, this edge, I'm kind of suffering from not having that overpaint. Unless I do. Oh, I do. Technically. Yeah, not much. Alright, never mind. Yeah, a little bit more overpaint isn't a bad idea to work off of. So eventually, I would have a copy of this that eventually gets baked into the base map, and then the base map clipping mask is shifted to include that, and then I take that selection, and for the overlaid event, cut everything outside of that. Okay, cool. Okay. That should be fine. I can work with that. Get back to the layer I'm supposed to be on. This one, oh my goodness, there is so much glare going on right now. It's brutal. It's very not ideal for a digital artist to have so much intense light in their workspace, because it is absolutely affecting what I'm seeing on my screen. And I will have to kind of look at this later and potentially adjust things because of that. So, that's not great. Alright. Random question. Why do the folklore authors have so little points? I get the standard bait mice while writing, have low points due to the word count mechanic, but we encountered the authors outside of it. I mean, that's actually a legitimately interesting question, and I agree. It's kind of weird thematically. Originally, there was like a different kind of mechanic going on with the authors that we ended up scrapping. while kind of like developing the area. And unfortunately, um, we didn't really kind of have a better place to situate the authors because they kind of had their own mechanic that they worked with before, and so it made a little more sense to have them separated out in the way they were. But it just kind of created more busy work, and it wasn't really as fun and interesting. It just made you have to do more, just kind of like task before you could play. Um, so it was good to kind of like cut out that layer that they added in that sense. But thematically, in the kind of like lore of it, it is kind of a case of like, wait, aren't these characters that are creating, the worlds we're kind of like exploring and such? So you'd think they'd be really powerful. Um, so unfortunately, because we already had those characters created and there wasn't really a better place to put them, that's where they ended up. So I guess that the points come from how dramatic and exciting your encounter is with those characters or something, and they're just busy writing, and the characters that are fictional creatures that were created from the lore are more dramatic and interesting, so they're worth more points. What color did I paint my nails? I have like they're let me switch. They're like black with I put a gradient. They look really bad right now because they're chipped and the lighting is not doing them very good justice. But basically, it's just like a black coat, and then I had white, and I kind of dry brushed a gradient. It looked better before I went axe throwing. I'll say that much. So, yeah, I don't know. I didn't quite like just the pure black, and I only had a few polishes on me, so I was just like, I don't know, this kind of like off-white might look neat if I did a gradient. So I tried it, and I kind of like it. I want to get like an orange though, so I can have like black and orange for October. All right. Sometimes I just get bored and paint my nails. All right, let's. I think I can move on from the boss land. It's kind of hard to see anyways because of how bright everything is around me right now. And this is a lot of kind of like snowy white. So maybe I should jump around to other parts. Okay, cool. So let's do exactly that. I'm going to go to this layer. And so I still think we can work with kind of the like the festive comet crashing down concept. So if we smash that down here, it's so hard to see you guys. I can kind of like see better if I look up at my preview of what I'm streaming, so I can just paint this way for a bit. Yeah, I used to have a more kind of walled off curtain for the window, and that helped, but I moved the space around. I made more kind of like room for plants, and the curtains ended up opening more and more, and it wasn't so bad earlier in the year, but now the sun is much lower in the sky, so the angle it's coming in at is pretty brutal at the moment. And I know it's only going to get worse, so I'm probably going to have to solve that problem because it is impeding my job. And that's not good. We don't want to have a blind artist. And I'm actually finding it easier to work on like the stream version of my screen. Okay, so we're gonna have a cast shadow here. Actually have not worked using hand-eye coordination in a long time, so I'm actually kind of happy at not doing too terribly with it. Able to get the cursor to move effectively how I want it to. I have a occlusion brush. That's the one. Let's try going deep dark. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, when I actually try and look at the monitor, all I see is like my knuckles reflected on the screen. So I can't actually look directly at that anymore. It just does not work. Try rotating it. No, that's not helping. I'm still getting mad light. Just keeping cool up there. Alright, so what I was thinking is I could have kind of like hunks of this being gouged out, right? Because they're like effectively mining it. Have like tracks kind of leading away from here. Very impatient. Just cutting right through here. darker, I think. Kind of get like the snow melting and stuff like that as they're kind of stamping it down a lot. Yeah, and then they take it up to the harbor. Kind of that coming around the back of that a bit more. You can have like ships and stuff. Yeah, nice big chunk fitting right out of there, exactly. Alright. Yeah, and we can have just like a little seafaring vessel. It's like, I don't know, is it an ice boat? Sure. A festive ice boat. Oh my goodness, it's so hard to see anything right now. Kind of like the idea of it being like what looks like an ice sculpture on the water. How is it going to be an icicle for a mast, or is it like a Christmas tree? I think it's a Christmas tree. Pine-powered boat. Kind of make it weird and whimsical, right? Desaturate that a bit more. Like, okay, now we need to just dump a bunch of snow on that. Hopefully it's clear what we're looking at here. A bit darker down at the base where the water is kind of getting right against it. Festive boat. Let's make a copy of that. But we'll flip it. Coming in the dock. I like how tiny this is compared to the Huntington. But it's like, how big is this tree compared to these trees? Scale. It's not a thing. You're wrong. Where should this go? Like, I feel like since it's still got snow on deck, it wouldn't be parked yet, so it's coming in the dock. So I'd say here is good. We'll have light hitting this side at least. There's enough of a shadow that I can look at my screen. Thank you, clouds. Charlie, my leg is asleep. You gotta move. Ah, there we go. Alright. I think we could have a third one coming back from a trip. Get ready to load up more. I feel like it might be coming down this route here. Saying hello to Calamity Carl and his sunken ship on the way. scooting around the iceberg there. Got a little reflection going on too. Do they have names? Do they have names? I mean, I feel like that's something you all need to answer, actually. Tend to be the ones to name things on the map. Good scene. The SS melting quick. 1, 2, and 3. Hey, James. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Working on a Great Winter Hunt map. So we're shifting it. Moving it up into its own little region. The snow ship is sinkable. SS sinkable. Alright. be a decent amount of bounce light on things. Well, I think that's okay for just showing like the festive comet with hunks chewed off of it, basically. Yeah, actually, I did hear of boats that were made of sawdust and like frozen, and they're actually like, incredibly solid. Pretty neat. Oh yeah, I have coffee. I forgot about this completely. All right. So this came together pretty quick, actually. Little schooners. I don't actually know what a schooner is, technically, but the name just popped into my head. I'm like, sure, that means a small boat or something. I guess that works. Alright, cool. So we got little boat trails. And it'd be fun to have like little clumps of the snow just kind of fell off the boat. Build like a little snow ramp to get up on here. So like, I don't want to go all the way around that building. Listen, we have snow. We can just build things. Two or more masts? Really? Not very small indeed. Indeed. Fair enough. Yeah, I didn't expect my terminology was super accurate. that's alright. What do I want to do next? I think I might actually do the like permanent map version. So I will. How should I do this? I think I'll make a copy of the folder itself. Right now, this is what the layer would be kind of slapped on top of the base map. And if I make a copy of this, go down to the base map. Actually, one thing I want to do is make this water not look as horrible as it does. That'd probably be good. I should probably do that. Just an idea, but it does not look very complete. So let's do that first. Alright. Let's see, what tool? We have a stamp tool. How do you work? Clone stamp. Probably what I want. Alt click to like make the selection and then just go for it, I guess. Cool. Seems acceptable. Let's get it a little lighter out here. Yeah, alright, good enough. Back to regular brushwork. That for now. So, you know what? I think I'm alright with working from there. So, what I'll do is make the copy of the taiga now. And this will be what gets slammed into the base map here. So, drop that in. And then I guess the way to do it is to paint it in on the clipping mask. Right? So paint it in first, and then we'll paint it out. And then whatever this shape ends up being is kind of like the new permanent shape of the map, right? So let's use an accent brush for this so it's fully opaque. I don't want to reveal too far out, just in case later in the future we decide to just kind of like do more with that landscape. Like, what kind of shape do I want this to actually end up having? Right? Something, it's sort of an easier transition of shapes there. I kind of slope it up like that, and then we'll have this kind of cut off at the peak, effectively. Now, the floating bits here. Okay, this is interesting. Technically, what I can do is just kind of make this smoother here. Because we're talking about the base version of the map. And when we do the event version, that'll get slapped on top, right? So that can kind of extend beyond what we have here. So I need to just like turn off all the details for the most part. At least this part I can turn off. I'll still need to come back and actually render that out. So technically working on the cutout here is not, I'm not ready for that because I actually need to render this stuff first. So let me undo what I had done in a sense. Just kind of expand it out so I can see it more. And we're going to render this to be the melted version of the state. Honestly, if you want to use these, like this map for D&D, go for it. How often do I make backups and save? Not often enough. Programs these days have pretty good kind of like backup systems, so like if there is a crash, you don't actually lose much, if anything. I actually haven't lost stuff in a long time. Yeah, honestly, MouseHunt, you can have a lot of fun doing like a campaign in it. It's a pretty wild world with lots of crazy characters, so honestly, if you run something like that, let me know. I'd love to hear about it. It'd be pretty cool. I've actually been approached about someone wanting to build like a homebrew kind of mouse race and wanted to use MouseHunt art for it. I thought that was pretty sweet. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to take the Taiga copy and we're just going to paint over this for the most part. Where are we? Yeah, probably. Probably the easiest to just paint right over it. So we're on the copy of this in the base map. So what I can do is erase this. And we'll go to the top of this. New layer up here. I'm just going to come in and I'm using that brush. Add more green here, but I still want to keep it as like an actual taiga, so it should still be frozen forest kind of look to it. Wouldn't be a very good biome if it changed that much. Alright, so we can have kind of just, I guess we could have kind of like leftover foundation of where this structure used to be. Right? Now, how do I want to do that? Kind of like the rubble of the building. Should it just be like more just like the building's still there but it's shut down? I don't know, I feel like if I were just looking at the map I'd be like, what's that? I want to go explore that. Whereas if it's more kind of just like the leftover rutted earth, that might feel a little more kind of like, okay, there was at one point something interesting there and maybe I want to explore the ruins, but they don't feel as enterable, explorable. Or do we even need to show the remnants of the factory? Right? I don't know. Like since the frozen docks disappear, that kind of feels like it cuts off the access a little bit at least. Still want it to feel cold and snow-covered. Probably just have like big snow drift all over this thing. It's like completely unrecognizable as to what was even here, so mission accomplished, I guess? I don't know if I want it to be that obscured. Do I still want some of the structure to kind of poke out? One idea is that it was like a gingerbread house, right? So it's like, it could just be all like dissolved. Someone came by and ate the gingerbread house factory workshop thingy. Yeah, we'll go with that. I think the challenge is going to be, what do we do with this craziness, right? So let's just kind of like get some seawater kind of smashing up in here. And just kind of wreck up the place. We're just going to totally destroy it. See what happens. So when in doubt, just push the limit. I think I want there to be like earth and stuff here as well. Let's see. This is going to be weird to try and figure out, I think. We'll see what we can do. Get some water in there. Get some crumbled hunks of this map and earth. And just kind of sink this globe into the water. And just kind of big hunks of rock all over the place. But it's still kind of like freezing and frozen, so I'm gonna have sheets of ice on them. It's gonna be like troughs of snow between them. Hopefully with me like just talking about what I want it to look like, I'll start to manifest that magically. That's how it works, right? Muddy earth here. It's gonna look so miserable. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. A slushy lagoon, yes. So this is all melted down. Right? We have just like probably decent sized hunks of earth, and then ice kind of forming between those and kind of breaking things apart, causing damage. It's still cold enough for stuff to freeze over. It's just not great terrain. Just giant gaps down into the deep, cold ocean water. Almost looks like a hand. It'd be kind of cool. Doing it. Let's see if I can turn it into a hand. What if there's a volcano under the ice orb? Like the Iceland. Looks cool. Can I go hunt there? No. Not allowed. No hunting here. I gotta make it look super boring. That's right. You guys, thank you for your very diligent feedback. Gonna make it look really boring and uninteresting. Like, why would I ever want to travel there? There's nothing there. It's just empty, right? No crazy rock formation with like terrifying ice that makes it look like a cool hand or anything bursting out of the earth. None of that. Just boring old frozen nothing. Totally accessible, but it's just there's so little going on. Why would you even bother? Yeah, it's like not even in the right spot anyway, so. Alright. Suppose I should probably try and make it somewhat related. So we got the orb here. There. That's where the orb be. Drop it down. And we'll have more kind of just crazy frozen formations up here, I guess. Like older ice. So this is starting to feel like there could be, some kind of structure below. Doesn't really line up yet. This thumb here is kind of out of place. Maybe over here. Make that more of like a void. I'm starting to feel like this is more interesting than the boss zone. We could also make it more of a taiga here, where we have more of that kind of like the frozen forest just kind of covering everything, and then it's like the kind of boss destroyed it. Makes it a little bit interesting that way. It's like now we get to just see the aftermath of kind of like what happened. It's kind of cool. Oh yeah, the classic just thick mist that you can't go through. Yeah, yeah. Just looking at this, it's like, yeah, okay, Super Kraken lives here or something, right? I mean, I'm not opposed to making this look interesting and cool, because ultimately, if let's say we're like, all right, cool, we don't need that zone for the Great Winter Hunt. We're gonna do something different for that. Now there's just this kind of like relic location. Um, I wouldn't be opposed to just being like, all right, cool, something took up shop here instead. Kind of creates this world building idea, where like something else moved in there or something. Could be interesting. I like when there's building like that. Back when I was trying to run a West Marches style D&D game, that was kind of like one of the tricks for it, where basically you would have kind of like a point of interest, like a dungeon or something that like you might have cleared out, like cleared out the ghouls and stuff. But later, if you like, are kind of in the area or something like that. You might learn that like goblins now moved in since you vacated the premises. They're using it for their own nefarious means or something. So, but at the same time, just kind of like leaving history on the map is something I love doing. Just kind of, you know, I've done it plenty. Just having fun, just kind of, you know, when crazy things happen on the map, leave a little piece of that somewhere. Just kind of makes it cool. Giant snake mouse thing wraps itself around the Cinnamon Hill. A sea monster takes up residence in the Macy Lagoon. I like it. That's actually a question, is like, how do I kind of like shut down this hill, you know? One idea was to make it just kind of like slimy and gross, like it was like a rotting cinnamon bun, but I'm less excited about that concept of just kind of like creating this rotting food on the map. Okay, so here I would just kind of come in and use that color and that brush. Now, I'm not getting that overpainting super much, but it should look good. And honestly, if I were to overpaint, I'd really have to have a concept of what's directly behind this. And I do not know what is directly behind that, so we'll just leave it as this kind of broken pool of earth and ice. Because it looks interesting to me. Something like that. And then we can still turn that on top. Just the crumbs it's also eaten and like hollowed out. That could be good. That's fun. I mean, if someone ate the gingerbread house and this all got like melted and wrecked, we could just crater this out. Something came by and it was really snacky. It's just like this weird quarry. The cinnamon quarry. It's like next year what happens, someone just bakes that big a cinnamon bun and just puts that there? Is that the idea? I don't know. I don't know. I didn't think this through. What indeed. I mean, it could just be that, like, the cinnamon trail itself is not kind of sprinkled down, right? And it just kind of becomes a little more mundane because of that. So, like, can still be this spiraling hilltop, but it doesn't have that cinnamon goodness going on right now. It's like seasonal snacks and drinks. You know, you don't always have pumpkin spice year round, right? So this is just kind of like a simple spiral snow hill. Your typical spiral snow hill when the season's right. It gets spiced just right. Spice up your hill. Yeah, okay, I think that'll work. It's still kind of interesting. It's like, you know about what was there, you get it. It's not changing the map so dramatically. You're just like, I don't understand what I'm looking at. We already have enough of that with this weird thing going on here. I don't know what I'm looking at with either of those. It's just a mess. Alright. I don't even know if I need to make it like so spirally. I feel like that is kind of like a festive enhancement as well. I'll have a little bit of it. But I feel like I want to tone it down just a smidge. Just so that when the event happens, it's more kind of like noticed, more pronounced. The cinnamon cuts deep grooves into the snow. I'll bring those trees back as well. I'll not lose that detail. They are, after all, what helps make it a tie. Yeah. This tree, I decided to just throw something that kind of actually looks like a cinnamon tree because it's like an actual tree, and the cinnamon is the bark of that tree. So I was just like, I should probably put one somewhat maybe kind of relevant tree there instead of all these evergreens, all the kind of first trees. Get some nice maple syrup out of these, but probably not cinnamon. But that's also why I decided to just shove a bunch of cinnamon sticks in the ground. Because it's MouseHunt, and whimsy is where it's at. I'm just gonna add like a nicer, thicker kind of forest going on here. Kind of fill in that hill more so that it just feels less accessible, right? There's no kind of clear and obvious path to get up there. Alright, cool. That is looking a little more I want it to. Let's see. Get this to save. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, it does look like people went there for firewood. Just cleared out all the trees on the top. Alright, so the question is, does this actually feel like it's transforming in a legitimate way? Harder to say. Like, I made some of these rock outcrops just so big feeling that they're kind of dramatic. So I can go in here and cut away to this a bit. Might help with the read. So first of all, I can grab this selection, invert this, come through here, and just erase out all this, so that's the same. Cool, okay. Right? I think that could be a little smoother up here. Select and invert the color. Got to smooth it out by making it look like a shredded map. Very important. That's interesting. I have like a hunk of it here, but on the underside it sticks out more. So I am going to pull that back here. Great. All right. So I kind of don't like how smushed the top feels so much. So I think I'll actually maybe, do I just want to pull it back more actually? Maybe that is what I want. And then in that case, I'll have to just kind of adjust the base map to be a bit smaller. Actually, I'll fill this out a bit more at the top. I'll have to balance it out just a little more. I think I could also have the ground around be a little more kind of melty. Ignore that layer. Take a copy and just flatten you. And I'll merge you. this will eventually merge down onto the base map itself. Oh, thanks for hanging out, Alex. Take it easy. Yeah, I want to have more kind of just like when this cracks and melts, more of it just kind of spilled out into the waterway here. So I feel like that would happen if there's like all this melting and half frozen stuff just kind of turn to slush. I suppose I don't want it to look uninteresting, right? Because like most of the year, you're going to see this version of the map. And so, you know, I want it to look interesting and cool. And dramatic enough when the event returns to kind of be like, oh yeah, that's what it looks like. Cool. And it's like, well, it's in this version. Just gonna merge all that. Don't need those sketches anymore. I'll keep them though. Yeah, and I can just merge this into. Okay, cool. Starting to get there, everybody. Starting to get there. I think I'll have more of this kind of deeper, darker. Iceberg feel to it, right? Okay, I do want to bring a bunch of these trees. on here. Just gonna give it that like Taiga vitality. So that when the boss shows up and destroys it all, we'd be like, curse you, our beautiful chaotic rock formation with a few trees on it. Curse you. Still have some coffee left. Nice and cold down. Is there a face in here? Yeah. Alright. So I just had to respond to a message real quick. It's looking right at us. Looking right at us. I'm just going to merge this down onto the map. Boop. Not sure if I see the face you will see. Is it like the whole thing is a face? Mouth and weird goopy eyes? MouseHunt. I do kind of like how much this feels like it's just kind of crumbling into the ocean. Okay, I feel like this has more of a depression in it, where that kind of entrance pathway is. So I think I need to cleave that out and, like, if anything, like, shrink it down and, like, shift it up. So like, I like what I have going on, but I think it's maybe a bit too big. So, like, I might need to kind of close up more like that, and then have kind of the entrance just kind of more cleaved open. So, like, that just kind of cleared out more so. it's just like a cool, crazy crater. Great Winter seems to be good at making craters. The Festive Chasm. Okay, maybe I shifted that a little too far over. Okay, so that could jump over here. Alright, that's starting to feel a little bit more equivalent to the shape-ish. Okay. I really want to just go exploring in this dangerous-looking, crazy pit. I've made this far too interesting. I like the look of this more than the actual boss zone. Oops. So if I do that like frozen mist kind of like billowing out of here, that'll feel kind of more like you can't enter this, you know? Like it's great if it looks interesting and all, but I also want to be like, no, don't go here, even though it looks really cool. It's like through the rest of the year, the like the Christmas, the festive mice are plotting in their deep, dank cavern. What am I doing? This is why I shouldn't create live. But then again, I'll just be like, hey guys, I know this looks kind of insane for what it's supposed to be, but you can't blame me. It was live on Feedback Friday, and the audience made me do it. Yep, all their fault. Too cold. Too cool, too cold. Don't do it. Yeah, there we go. When we introduce the like freezing power type, that's when we'll kind of like open up the actual gameplay that exists in this version of the map. That is too cool for you to go. I'm so glad that the sun is not blinding me anymore. I can actually see things. Glorious. latest coffee is giving me a little bit of heartburn. Alright, so thinking that's pretty neat. Alright, let's give it some creepy mist. So let's see, the corrupt. That's a bit much. I have a dust brush. That might be good for it. Yeah, dust is pretty good at this. The Howling Mouth Cavern. Let's use dust again. Can I do that? I guess I can use leather as the eraser. Gives it a little bit of texture. Come back and dust it a little more. Not quite there yet. Another face. How does this keep happening? It's hard to find the right balance for that. Okay, I could definitely pull that back. What would be... Just need another layer on top of this one. Correct. See, a nice thing about Clip Studio is I could just use the same brush as the eraser, which is kind of what I need. I suppose that I could use a clipping mask to erase away with the brush. Might be a good way to do it, actually. Try this. guess. I don't know. Hmm. Looking like a Disney character. Where is it? I don't know if I see it. Crash Bandicoot. Why do you keep seeing these faces? I don't see them. Is it like the silhouette of the dark area? It looks like a face. Is it rocks? Hmm. Rocks. All right. Well, nothing super stands out to me with a face yet, so I'm probably safe for copyright infringement. I would expect that, it'd have to be really obvious for it to be a problem. Ah. Two eyes and a horn with the old building as the mouth. Yeah, the old building as a mouth is kind of like, it makes me think of like some kind of weird alien. I mean, like, ooh, like Greedo or something. Maybe I should flip it for myself. Alright, turned off the grid. I'm gonna do a just quick little screenshot, flipperino. Let's get that, a little bit of that. See if I can see what you all see. I mean, I can see like a face, but I don't know if I'm like too worried about that. It's like weird crumbling eyeball, if anything. I could adjust this to feel less mouth-like. That might be okay. But yeah, I don't think it's an issue. Oh, the cinnamon hill as an eye is what I was thinking of it as more of a horn. How does that work? Huh. I don't know if I see that one. Or I could make it more face-like. You're right. Name it. Exactly. That's. Hey, listen. Feedback Friday. I was told this is what I need to do, and therefore that's where we're at. So, hope you like it, everybody. Yeah, if ever there is like a character I do not want to emulate in the game, it is a Disney character. Not like I don't like those characters, but there's good reason people avoid that, especially with the game we create. Alright, tone that down a bit. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely look at all kinds of stuff and see silly faces in them and such, so can't be helped. And it's usually not a bad thing either, it's more fun, so yeah, exactly. Once you see it, it's obvious. I want to see it. I'm so curious now. Is this like an eyeball here? Near the curved area. Oh, is it like down here? I'm so curious now. Someone needs to like take a screenshot and message me on Discord with a little kind of scribble over it to show me. Oh, it was the eye. Okay, okay. I blinded it. Okay. Yeah, as soon as I started erasing it, I was like, yeah, this kind of seems like it could be an eye. I wonder. Yeah. Cool. Okay. It's maybe a little bit too green right there. suppose that this could go into if we're looking down at it, it might make sense if this is just kind of like a body of water there. If we want that. Or it's just a deep, mysterious, creepy hole. Merry Christmas. Why does this look less, like, dangerous? You know? Like, I feel like I did it wrong if that's the case. And now I'm like, where's the face here? It's an interesting thing that we do here. Interesting thing indeed. Alright, so need to do a little bit of adjusting here, I think. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this looks more peaceful and kind and pleasant, doesn't it? How interesting. Okay, I think I might just fill in this with just kind of like rubble and rocks. So there's less mystery that kind of like makes it creepier, right? I suppose I should do this on a separate layer just in case I change my mind. Do that. It's like just some kind of collapsed mountain. Somehow it was hollow and just caved in one day. This area has been fighting me, huh? Don't know. Just being back and forth with it all day. It's fun. I enjoy doing this, but it is a little bit of a challenge. A little bit of a challenge today. So this just looks a lot more like it was just kind of hollow and it collapsed in on itself. Thanks, Matt. Yeah. um, hmm. It's like I think it's kind of like the dark tone it takes on that like really makes it way more gloomy and dangerous feeling, I guess. So I try and lighten it up just a little bit more. So I want it to feel like it's kind of inaccessible, but I don't want it to feel more doom-filled than before. Just kind of old and worn is kind of more what I want to go for. A haggard hill. So I think I'll just kind of lighten up those deeper shadows. And we can still get some like more interesting kind of shapes jutting out in front of it that are more kind of obviously still landscape that's in front. Might help kind of relating the nature of that area. Not super important. I don't think people are going to be like flipping back and forth between the two to be like, what has changed? This doesn't look like it overlaps perfectly. So I think it's more important to get kind of like the atmosphere and vibe where I think it should be. It's just a little more passive feeling. Cool. Okay, so that was kind of the doom and gloom more so. So it's just kind of filling it in a bit so there's a little less mystery about it. And it's more just kind of like, oh, that is a pile of rubble so much. Like, it looks like something crushed this mountain. So it works for kind of the theming anyways, if we did kind of like want to use the comet to just absolutely obliterate it. Kind of looks like that happened. Or, you know, that powerful magic that just kind of collapsed this cavern. You know? I think it might be getting to that point of the day where I'm like looking at this too much, and I might need to wrap up and take a fresh look at it on Monday. There's some other things that I need to upload and such today anyways, so I should probably call it generic potato. Never too late. Okay, I can't zoom in and out. Great. I wanted to, but I'm loud. There we go. Steve! Yeah, I think it's in a decent place. There might just be a couple of little things that I decide I'll tweak. Oh, okay. But overall, I think it's kind of capturing mostly what I want it to. Um, yeah, I wanted to like maybe put some candy canes and such on here. So let's jump up to this layer and just kind of slap one on so that when I actually like look at this again, I'll be like, oh right, that's something that I need to do. There you go. Nice hot pink candy cane. Hey Charlie. Little purr motor. Away she goes. Candy canes. Okay. So I think I'll wrap up stream here. Not a bad place that we got to. It was a long kind of session. Took a while to get to where we got. I'm not necessarily 100% feeling like it's where I want it, but I think it would work. I might tweak it, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Give it a save. And let's pop it back to default mode because you're going to see this more than any of the other. So I want to make sure I'm happy with this too. It is super duper interesting, isn't it? I'm like looking around at the rest of the map and it's just like, what is this? I'm fascinated. So I don't know. Maybe I need to shrink this too and tone it down. Change this so it's not a weird, creepy, wrinkly alien mouth. I'll run it by the team, see what they think. But yeah, there we have it. I'm not sure if I'll be streaming this map again. I won't be doing Feedback Friday next week. It should be Dave. I'm actually going to be out on a bike trip with Giorgio, doing camping and stuff. The end of the season. Should be fun. Should be interesting. Hopefully we survive it. All right. Well, that's going to be it for today. I hope you all enjoyed. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, as always. I shall see you next time I stream, and it'll be awesome. We'll make more art and all that good stuff. But yeah, all right. Thank you all